Powerlifting at this point in my life means so much and so much more than I ever thought that it could.
It's really cool. We interact really well, and there's a lot of love.
Especially as a woman, you know, you feel very capable and strong.
Powerlifting has started in 1972. When I became involved in powerlifting, we had man and woman competition separately, and we brought then man and woman together.
The years before this was, you know, a male-dominant sport. Females have come into the sport, and you know, we're showing that we can be really strong and capable too. So that's a really good feeling.
In IPF, in our sport, every time somebody is there to help out. And I think this is a very good values, to be honest, to be fair play, to respect each other. I'm motivated by all the friendship we have over the world, that it's for me a much bigger value than having a lot of money.
It's not only something that I love to do as a sport, but it's so many friends, I've seen so many things, and I've had so many opportunities that I never ever dreamed I could have.
It's really cool to come to people from France or Italy or Germany or Japan, and we all have this commonality of wanting to be strong and better powerlifters, and it kind of brings us together.
Everything has to match, especially we, as physios or as coaches, we try to maximize what the athletes can perform in this time frame, and we try to give our best.
So they can do their best.
It's really cool that now I have friends in a community across the world, opposed to just like within my city, and like we get along great. I message them all the time on like Instagram or whatever the case may be, just like check in. The silver lining to it all, it teaches you to continue to work. It teaches you that there's still stuff to be done. It pushes you to be better, to do more. Sometimes if you're at the top, you can get complacent.
My dream is that we should become IOC recognized sport. The athletes fighting for the medals, and I'm fighting for the IOC recognition, and I say every time to the athletes, never give up.
And that's a wrap. Let's go see the competition.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships here in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. This morning for you, we have the 66 kilo Sub-Junior and Junior men, and my oh my, has it been an exciting competition so far. If you missed the Sub-Junior 52s and 57s last night, it's well worth going back to watch. And Elias, the book here with me, was kind of tested that, was there firsthand.
I can tell you for a fact it was an incredible session last night. The whole crowd went wild. There was drama, there was success. Go ahead, go watch it. You will not be disappointed.
And I can completely agree with that. I'm Amelia Potter, and as you see here is a 15-athlete flight. As you can see here, the second page just has the last athlete, and if you have a look at the attempted weight on his opener, it is pretty big. And the show begins.
And the bar is loaded. We see Ko Kamba from Japan opening up with 125 kilos. Looks nice and easy, and it is a 3 white light good lift. Taking a look at the replay, you see a hip crease moves below the top of the knee, so depth is not an issue. The bar is already loaded for our next competitor, Matthew Lee from Singapore, opening with 145.
Yeah, has been competing less than 1 year, already here on the international stage, opening with his current squat PB. And making easy work of it, it seems. And that's a good lift for Matthew.
The bar is loaded. Samuel Tiger from South Africa, opening up with 155 kilos for his opener.
Just a reminder, we have 2 flights this morning. The first will be all of the sub-juniors, followed by the juniors. Oh, it's a little bit of work, but he stands it up. And 3 white lights, a good lift. He's not going to want to cut it any finer than that. I think he walks the border perfectly of depth. And you don't need to squat any deeper than necessary, but just deep enough, as you said, below the crease of the hip, below the knee, sorry.
Sergio Mora from Brazil. Is this our first Brazilian we've seen so far?
It is, yeah, and with the new SPD Brazil singlet, which is lovely.
It looks fantastic. 155 kilos on the bar for Sergio.
And that's a nice looking opener, I think.
Exactly how it should look. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, it's important to remember that, you know, you have 3 attempts on squats on all of the lifts, and you want to be able to build from your opener. And so opening on something relatively doable is good.
Next onto the platform, Taizo Kondo from Japan. And he is opening with 160 kilos.
Really nice and deep from Taizo.
Wonderful looking squat and a 3 white light, good lift. Our Finnish contender is stepping onto the platform. Konsta Holapa from Finland, 162.5 kilos.
Nice sturdy looking opener. And a good lift. During the openers is not where we want to see drama. This is where we want a nice calm start to the competition.
Let us remind you, you need at least 1 valid attempt of each and every discipline to be able to make a total. So it is in your best interest to take a safe opener, get yourself onto the board, and then build yourself up from there. Salahattin Akgun from Turkey, 165 kilos.
Yeah, didn't cut depth there at all there. Lovely and deep. 3 white lights, a good lift.
From Singapore, trying 175 kilos. The bar is loaded for Joshua Tan. His personal best is 170 kilograms, but he has the guts to start with 175.
And we are seeing Joshua Tan from Singapore opening up with 175 kilos.
Nice, easy opener for Joshua Tan. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the left-hand side referee. We'll be able to catch the side here on the replay that he got that depth call from. But I think he'll be safe with that. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Remember, the referees need to take a split-second decision, and we have the comfort of re-looking at it on the replay. Dorji Weston from Great Britain, 182.5 kilos. With a squat personal best of 201, must be a national record.
Stands it up nice and quickly. And 3 white lights, a good lift. Yeah, that was lovely depth. I think he just dips into the hole so quickly, perhaps harder to tell, but it was fantastic.
Matteo Duvernay from France, 190 kilo opener. We are approaching 200, and I think it's worth mentioning the world sub-junior squat record stands at 210 kilos.
Yeah, and there are so many people opening near or above that. We honestly thought it was a mistake. Just shows the quality of lifting today. Looked like a nice strong opener. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the left-hand side referee. And as I said before, we'll be able to see in the replay the side that got that call here. And I think it definitely does walk the line. So it could go either way, but I think he'll be fine for now.
And what we mean by that is we have a jury table that can review a lift when there's either one white or either one red.
Yeah, but they have to be unanimous in their decision when they turn over a lift.
Cristian Verdugo Beltrán, España, 195.
That is a good lift. I think similarly to the 52 and 57 session yesterday, we're going to see some fights for records today.
And I think you're not wrong about that. So next up, stepping towards the platform, Abdusalam Al-Talb from Libya. And he is opening up with 200 kilos, only 10 kg shy of the world sub-junior squat record.
And it makes easy work of it. 3 white lights, a good lift. Didn't look completely still under the bar, which just shows how much strength he does have to manage to move it like that, regardless.
And the bar is loaded. Mario Magro, Belgium, 205 kilos.
We're getting real near to that world record now.
Let's give it up, Mario Magro.
It's a little bit of work, but looks good.
It's a 3 white light good lift. Yeah, it's his first international, but he managed to get onto the board. Let's see where they go from here.
Yeah, so I imagine he's shaking off some nerves there, so probably can still have a fair amount left in the tank.
Let's take a look at Anders Nguyen from Sweden, attempting a world sub-junior squat record on his opener, 215 kilos. And he's not even chipping it by a half a kilo.
That's how confident he is.
And let's take a look at what the judges say. And it's a 2-to-1 good lift.
Wow, fantastic effort there. And on his opener, so with two people doing that, I imagine we'll see it broken time and time again.
As you so perfectly said, we have a second lifter, Daniel Harris, for the second time in a row on the openers. We will see a World Sub-Junior squat record attempt, 217.5 kilos. And that looked good to me. 2-to-1 good lift. This time a side call for depth. Let's take a look at the replay.
And with both of them 2-to-1 there, it's going to be interesting heading into their seconds.
On the replay, it did look good to me, but let's see how they hold up in the second round. We're already kicking it off with Ko Kamba from Japan, 135 kilos.
Question is, are we going to see it broken 6 times today? A little bit harder than his opener there.
And it is a 3 white light, good lift.
Yeah, that was a 10-kilo jump from his opener, so I imagine something more reasonable towards his third there would be smart.
Next up on the platform, we are seeing Matthew Lee from Singapore. And he jumped 7.5 kilos from his opener.
Still looking really strong. And 3 white lights, a good lift. 7.5 kilos above his squat PB as well.
The bar is loaded. Samuel Tiger, South Africa. 162.5 kilos on the bar. Also a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
A little bit of trouble there in the hole and pushing through, but he stands up, and unfortunately it's 2-to-1, a no lift. He gets called from both side referees for depth.
And this is our first no lift of the session so far. Luckily, everybody got a attempt in on their opener. So everybody got off to a great start. Sergio Moura from Brazil, 165 kilos, opted for a 10 kilo jump from his opener.
And 2-1, that's a good lift. Just a depth call from the left-hand side referee. We can see that side here where he got that depth call. But it is a good lift.
16 years of age, competing for 2 years.
Taizo Kondo, Japan, 167.5 kilo. And that is work, but he fights through. And it is a 2-1 good lift.
Yeah, just a blue call from that left-hand side referee. Let's see here. So it doesn't seem to be any downwards movement. And he seems locked out, so I think he'd be safe there with the jury.
Konsta Halapa from Finland approaching the bar, going for 172.5 kilos.
Nice and strong, maintains position all the way back up, and it is a good lift.
Coming up next is from Turkey, trying 175 kilograms. The bar is loaded for Turkey.
Selahattin Akgun, Turkey, 175 kilos.
So a 10 kilo jump from his opener. I think that's a pretty reasonable jump.
He's trying 175. Selahattin Akgun.
Lovely and deep right there.
And that is a good lift.
Coming up next from Singapore is Joshua Tan.
Really nice lift there. Also, look how efficient that back spotter is.
85 kilos, the bar is loaded.
So focused, keeping our lifters safe.
So he just added 10 to that.
The bar is loaded for Joshua Tan, Singapore, 185 kilos.
Nice and sturdy there. Doesn't even look up when he gets the squat command, in a world of his own. And it's working. 3 white lights, a good lift. He is focused in like a laser.
Kept his form all the way through, start to finish. Wonderful looking squat. Dorji Weston from Great Britain. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah,
Emilia?
Dorji, that's absolutely right.
192.5 kilos.
Ooh, a bit of trouble there in the middle. And it just seems like 10 kilos was a bit of a big jump for him. His opener did look good, so let's have a look at that replay. He really did sink that there. So maybe the trade-off for that was just some strength out of the hole.
Matteo Duvernay from France, 197.5 kilos.
Stands it up nice and strong. Just waiting for the center referee there. 2-1, a good lift, just a depth call from the center. And it always is the toughest position to tell depth from. And it's exactly why we have 2 side referees and 1 center referee during squats.
Unfortunately, you only need 2 white lights to be able to have a good lift. Cristian Verdugo Beltran, Spain, 202.5 kilos.
Now this is 7.5 kilos below what 10 minutes ago was the world record. Ooh, he's fighting through it. Ooh.
I think that was a little bit premature.
Yeah, it seems like they took that way too early. And as they say, it's a no lift, but the coach is going straight to the jury. The jury are going straight to the table and telling them to let him retake that at the end of the flight. If you see there in the replay, they just grabbed him while he was trying to push through that sticking point.
But unfortunately, he did burn a lot of energy attempting that. And now, as you said, 10 minutes ago, the world sub-junior squat record was only 210, and we still have 4 lifters attempting over that.
Yeah, I bet they thought they'd be breaking the world record here in their second, and it's such a shame because there's so much talent here today. They're just making it that much harder for them.
Abdusalam Altalb from Libya, 212.5.
Wow. I said on his first he did incredibly well under a non-controlled bar to get it up, and even more so then. Absolutely incredible. A good lift.
Let's look at the replay. He hit the rack going down, right there, and he still kept it in place.
That shows how much strength he has, because that's not easy to do near your limit.
That is very hard, I can tell you that. But let's take a look right now. Mario Magro from Belgium, 215 kilos.
Again, another lifter who I'm sure in their second thought they'd be walking away with the record. A fantastic fight this morning. Question is, who's going to end up with it? Doesn't matter how many times it's broken, who will end up with it?
And that looked better than his opener.
Yeah, that's a nice looking lift for Mario.
Wow, that is a 3 white light. Good lift. Good job.
Coming up next is Anders and Leanne from Sweden.
Now for the third time today, a world sub-junior squat record attempt. It's already been broken twice. Can it be broken a third time today? Anders Nguyen, Sweden, with 220.5 kilos. Steady walkout. Finds depth and got up. And I think, no.
Ooh. And I won't be surprised if the Swedish coach goes straight to the jury, and he has. Let's watch that again in the replay. Wow.
It does walk the line.
You know what? He's got really big hamstrings, and it doesn't help him in this situation. And I think he's being sent away.
Now Daniel Harris from the USA is also attempting the World Sub-Junior squat record. It's already his, but can he up the record by 7.5 kilos? And that looked strong.
Wow.
And that is a 3 white light, good lift. And he will have another shot at breaking the record.
Yeah, but you know what? Based on what these people are putting in for their third attempts, he is not going to just walk away with it easily. He will have to fight to keep it. It has already moved up by 15 kilos.
We see our Spanish lifter, Christian Verdugo Beltran, retaking his second attempt.
Yeah, the spotters just took it a little too early on his second, so looking now to reattempt it as an extra attempt. Oh, and he's fighting,
And
but
this time it was too heavy.
it was so quick after he attempted it the first time, and as you said before, he'd already expended so much energy on trying to push through, and whether we know whether he would have broken through that sticking point on the second, we don't know. He was in there for a while, but he's got time now from the other lifters in between and his third, who he can retake it.
It certainly begs the question, was it a smarter decision not to retake the second and just wait for the third attempt?
I think so, because there's something on the line for him in that he's currently sitting just off the podium in fourth, which could be in reaching distance of Artaub of Libya.
We're already kicking off round 3 for the sub-juniors. Ko Kamba from Japan with 140 kilos.
And he fights it up. 2-1-8. Good lift. Just a depth call from the center referee. He walks away smiling, adding an extra 5 kilos to his total.
The bar is loaded. Matthew Lee from Singapore taking a 5 kilo jump to 157.5 kilos.
And that is a good lift for Matthew Lee of Singapore. I think a perfect call there from Team Singapore. I don't think he had any more kilos in the tank there. There's no point wasting that extra energy heading into bench and deadlift.
Now, Samuel Tiger will have another shot at 162.5 kilos. Missed this on his second attempt. Can he find that little bit of extra grit to get it up this time? South Africa.
And he's pushing through. Wow, a fantastic effort from Samuel there, and I think it looked good.
And he found that extra grit. 3 white lights.
Man, the quality of lifting in this sub-junior group is so good. We can only hope that the juniors are watching and follow suit.
The bar is loaded. Sergio Moura, Brazil, 170 kilos. A 5 kilo jump, trying to improve his own squat record, his personal best.
Wow, an amazing fight. Let's see if it's good enough. Unfortunately, we were worried. 2-1, a no lift, downwards movement, but I'll take that as a big personal win for being able to stand that up.
I was about to say it was a big W for him. The way he got up with it after so much trouble. Taizo Kondo from Japan also taking a jab at 170 kilos. Took the smallest jump possible, 2.5 kilo. Unless, of course, you do a world record, then you can chip the weight by a 0.5 kilo.
Wow, that was deep, but unfortunately just not there today. And when you squat that deep, like we always say, there's always a trade-off. Nothing is free, and the trade-off there is that you can lose tension and you lose a few kilos in that hole.
The bar is loaded. Konsta Holappa from Finland, 180 kilos, only 16 years of age, our youngest lifter on the roster. Together with our South African lifter, Tiger.
Maintains really nice form through, and because of that manages to stand it up, and it is a good lift.
A perfectly called third attempt.
Yeah, we've seen good calls from Team Finland all week through the equipped and the classic.
Selahattin Akgün, Turkey, 182.5 kilos. Another 7.5 kilo jump.
He's only been competing for 1 year and already doing so well, competing against the very best. Wow. Yeah, wow indeed. What a fantastic third attempt.
A great fight. He can be happy. He is happy. Great lift. found a little sticking point, but fought through
Yeah.
very nicely.
And to manage to not let the bar go down, that's incredibly impressive.
We're welcoming our next contender, Joshua Tan, Singapore. 7.5 kilo jump, 192.5.
Ooh, unfortunately, just couldn't fight through that sticking point today. It's a no lift for Joshua.
The bar is loaded for Dorji Weston, Great Britain. He has another shot at a 192.5. Unfortunately, it was a bit too heavy on his second. But can he find just a bit more on his third?
Oh, and he's fighting through this time. Can he get it? Oh, unfortunately, found another sticking point and couldn't quite get through it.
Yeah, like you said, his first sticking point from the second round, he bypassed it. He got a little bit further, but then again, hit another wall.
And you know what? I reckon he thought he was lower than he was when he stopped there. Such a shame.
Matteo Duvernay, La France, 200 kilos, 200 kilos.
This is a huge milestone for many lifters, let alone a sub-junior 66.
18 years of age. It's incredible.
I can't stress enough. 15 minutes ago, this was 10 kilos below the world record. And he stands it up with considerable ease, and the referees say 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from the center referee, and with that classic French stance, sometimes it's hard to tell.
But you know what? He was super consistent. He got each and every attempt, he got one red light. So he did not go higher and higher each and every attempt. He
Yeah.
kept it really
He
consistent.
trusted himself.
Cristian Verdugo Beltrán, España.
Yes.
202.5 kilos. And he is going into his third attempt.
Yeah, technically fourth, has obviously had to retry this. Let's hope he can get it this time round. But he's just used too much energy on those middle two attempts.
And the thing is now, he missed 202.5 3 times now. He must have expended a lot of energy.
Yeah. And heading into bench and deadlift, he's going to need it. So hopefully he can rest up in between.
Mario Magro from Belgium. Not even 20 minutes ago, this would have been a 12.5 kilo world squat sub-junior record. 222.5. An incredible squat. He looks confident. A very aggressive unrack. And he's a fighter. He fights. Ooh, just a stitch too heavy.
But absolutely incredible. As you said, on his second attempt hitting 215, which would have been above the world record by 5 kilos before this session. And I can't contain my excitement with how amazingly well these sub-juniors are squatting.
And we have 3 more amazing attempts. First of all, we have Anders Nguyen from Sweden, also attempting 222.5 kilos. He missed a world record attempt on his second of 220.5 and opted to go up 2 more kilos. Can he find depth this time? That looked way deeper, and he
Oh,
fights
wow.
through.
That looked incredible. Yeah, and through white lights, a good lift.
And he will take notes for this one. Next time, just squat to depth on each and every attempt. The strength is there. Incredible from Nguyen. But now onto our 2 last lifters of this group. Another world sub-junior squat record. Abdusalam Altaub from Libya, 226 kilos. It's a rather big jump from his second, but it did look good. Hopefully he can evade the wreck this time. It looks really wobbly. He does get the command, and unfortunately it's a little bit too heavy.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration there, but it was a bit of a Hail Mary. Like you said, it was a big jump. And even from his opener, he didn't look 100% stable under the bar. So did incredibly well just with those 2 to get them up so strongly.
Yeah, of course. He had an incredible squat session. But now, the last lifter of this group, we have Daniel Harris. Another world sub-junior squat record. Trying to take this from his own, a 5.5 kilo jump to 230.5 kilos. And that looks strong.
Wow.
What do the referees say? And it is a good lift, 2-1. Only 1 red light from the left side referee. Let's take a look at the replay.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times he broke the world record this morning.
And that looked good to me. And the jury table is not phased. That concludes our first group, and we are heading straight into the second one. We will be looking at the junior 66 kg class.
Yeah, and as you can see there on the board, Daniel Harris walks away with squat gold and the new sub-junior world record, adding 20.5 kilos on top of it. In silver, we have Anders Nguyen of Sweden, and bronze, Mario Magro of Belgium. And now we move straight through to our juniors. And first up, we have João Guilherme Castelhen of Brazil, 155 kilos. And that is a good lift.
The ball is loaded from Ali Al-Shawi.
162.5 kilos now for Ali Al-Shawi of Turkey. already opening at 2.5 kilos above his current squat PB. Wow, lovely indeed, and super speedy for Ali. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next, Lachlan trying 170 kilograms. The ball is looking.
170 kilos, sorry, now for Lachlan Richards of New Zealand.
And that is our first New Zealand lifter, I think.
It is, yeah. I think there's a small horde of them here at this championships. So it's great to see the representation in that lovely grey monochrome singlet.
It does look good, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's nice.
8 kilos below his personal best. His own national record.
And with ease, it seems. 3 white lights, a good lift, and I think he may be walking away today with a new national record. $185 kilos now for Valerio Nunziata.
$17.5 kilos below his personal best. And that was a conservative, nice looking opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, you need to get 1 lift of each discipline in at least to get a total and to build from there. So it's important that these opening attempts aren't too heavy. We now have Tuan Hein Tran of Canada, 190 kilos for his opening attempt. Stands it up nice and strong, but what do the referees say? Yeah, unfortunately 2-1 a no lift. I was a little concerned about that. But let's have a look at the replay just to confirm. Gets called for depth. Yeah, and unfortunately just sits above parallel there. We now have Samuel Kwan of Singapore, 190 kilos, runs onto the platform beaming.
He is having the greatest time, and so he should. He is on the world level stage, and look at how excited he is. I'm getting excited.
Yeah, doesn't it make you just feel good watching an athlete enjoy themselves lifting?
It is called passion.
And I would smile too if my opener looked like that.
And he does get 3 white lights, a good lift, and he runs up screaming in joy.
I think my favorite lifter to watch so far. So much joy. We now have Filip Brooks of Czechia, 190 kilos. A little bit wobbly in the hole, but stands it up nice and strong nonetheless. And it's a good lift for Philippe.
Coming up next, Andrea Servi, the bar is loaded from Belgium. 190 kilograms.
We now have Andrea Servi of Belgium, 190 kilos. A name probably better said from you there.
It was quite all right. You're doing a fantastic job.
And a strong looking attempt from Andrea, and 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call there from the center referee.
Yeah, I thought he walked the line a little bit. But let's see on the replay. The referees say it is a good lift.
We now have Benedict Grant of Great Britain, 205 kilos. A wonderfully English name there.
Makes me want to sip a little bit of tea.
Wow, lovely and deep, and a strong looking opener from Benedict.
That was a great opener. This is how you want your opener to look. There's a lot of room, and it is a 3 white light, good lift.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that depth. He can't be called for anything there. It's like he's doing Olympic weightlifting with that depth. Incredible. We now have Diego Barquin of Uruguay, 205 kilos.
Wow, wonderful. That was even speedier than the previous one. A 3 white light, good lift.
The bar is loaded now for Taiga Sato from Japan. 205.
Taiga Sato now, Japan, 205 kilos for his opening attempt. Taiga Sato, sorry, of Japan, 205 kilos.
Ten kilos shy of his personal best.
It's already 3 times body weight, and he's just been asked to re-rack there, saying his knees aren't quite locked out, says the center referee. Doesn't cause him any issue though, it seems.
And this is what we're talking about. Choose an easy opener. Even if you are pressured, you can still hit it. Despite that, it is a 3 white light, good lift.
Now have Kyle Novak of the United States, 205 kilos for his opening squat. Currently nominated in first place overall, just ahead of Sato. Just on body weight though, it seems, so it'll be close. But he looks good with that opener and has space to go for his second. 3 white lights, a good lift. Now we have Sami Abargie Kojo of Great Britain, 210 kilos.
The second heaviest opener of this flight.
Lovely and speedy there from Sami.
Beautiful opener.
Yeah, and a good lift. Completely unbiased, that was a great opener.
Trying 215. The dog is coming.
We now move on to our heaviest opener here in the 66 kilo junior category. Tristan Ho of Singapore, 215 kilos.
He is nominated, well, he's projected in third place overall. When we're talking about projected totals, it's all the known numbers that they will be attempting if they were to be successful.
And it looks super snappy there. And a good lift, 3 white lights for Tristan, and a great start to his day. Yeah, so the squats they're getting in now, or have put in for their second, their first bench, and their first deadlift, that is what we are basing the projected totals off as it stands. And they will only continue to grow as the day goes on. We move straight through now to second attempts. Kicking us off, we have João Guilherme Castellan of Brazil, 162.5 kilos.
And that looks like a good squat.
3 white lights, a good lift. We now have Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey, 175 kilos. Lovely deep second attempt there as well for Ali. And a good lift.
Coming up next is Lachlan Richards from New Zealand, flying 180.
We now have Lachlan Richards of New Zealand, 180 kilos, and it seems like the New Zealand team have turned up as it's loud here in the crowd today.
Came all the way from down under.
And this will be a 2 kilo increase of his national record. Nice big brace. Ooh, and he just gets stuck there. Yeah, I think his body just was quite far forward there. Let's catch that again in the replay. What do you think, Elias?
I think, as you said, when he came out of the hole, you will notice his hips shooting forward, first backward and then a little bit forward, and his shoulders went forward, and he was just stuck.
Yeah, do you think perhaps if he maintained position, he can push through that on his third?
I think he could.
We now have Tuan Hein Tran of Canada. Missed 190 kilos on his opener for depth. Looking to come back now and just convince them a little bit more here on his second. This is a weight he's done before and hopefully can do again now to convincing depth.
The strength was there.
And that looked a little bit better this time round.
Yeah, indeed. Just a little bit deeper, and the referees agreed 2-1. Good lift. Still 1 red. So he definitely walks the line.
Yeah, and we can catch that again on the replay. This is the side that got the red call. And as you said, he definitely walks the line, but he convinced one extra referee this time that it was a good lift and has a squat on the board.
That's the most important. He can make a total so far if he were to get a bench and deadlift in as well.
We have Valerio Nunziata of Italy, 195 kilos for his second attempt, a 10 kilo jump from his opener. Still looking strong, and it is a good lift. $197.5 kilos for Andreas Servi of Belgium.
That looks strong. We are looking at the referees, and unfortunately, it did walk the line as well. 2 red lights. Let's take a look. The left side and the center referee gave it a red, and yeah,
It's hard, it's pretty borderline.
it was definitely not convincing. But he has another try at it.
Yeah, and like you said, the strength is absolutely there, so hopefully he can just sink it a little bit more next time round, which of course is easier said than done if that's the way that you've been training. We have Filip Prokes of Czechia, 200 kilos. This is just 3 kilos below his national record.
And that was a nice fight.
And 2-1, a good lift. He just gets a depth call from that center referee. And I think from that angle, it did look borderline, but from the sides, it's definitely more convincing. $202.5 kilos for our happiest lifter of the morning, Samuel Kwan of Singapore.
I think I will go ask him after his competition. Let's do a training session together later this week.
Yeah, he brings a good energy to the platform.
Happy to do a session with you, Samuel.
And it still looks good there. And 3 white lights, a good lift. He smiles, he goes into his focus, straight face, and as soon as he racks it again, his smile comes back.
He went up 12.5 kilos from his opener. What would you do going into his third?
He still looks like he has energy left to go. I think 7.5 kilos would be a good shout. What do you reckon?
I would say indeed between 5 and 7.5 kilos sounds about right.
We now have Diego Bakin of Uruguay, 215 kilos.
I think our first Uruguayan lifter this week. Five kilo above his personal best, and I think he got it. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, keeps his form really tight the whole way throughout, and as we keep saying, as the weight gets heavier, that is going to be really important. 217.5 kilos for Kyle Novak of the United States. A 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. And as I said before, it will be a tight race between him and Sato towards the end. So every kilo is going to count.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of strength there.
That looked like an opener to me. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, getting in this groove now, it seems. And I'm looking forward to when it comes down to the deadlift battles between those two athletes. We now have Benedict Grant of Great Britain, 220 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his opener. And his opener did look good for it.
It was really speedy.
Maintains the depth and pushes through still.
I don't think you can contest it on depth on this one. 3 white lights, a great lift.
Yeah, and another lifter who keeps really good form pushing through that difficult part of the lift. We now have Sami Aboagye Kodjo of Great Britain, 220 kilos for his second attempt, a 10 kilo jump.
And that looks strong. And it is a good lift. Wonderful performance from Great Britain over there. 3 white lights, good lifts. Look at that in the replay. Lovely and deep.
Yeah, has loads left in the tank there. And we move now to Taiga Sato of Japan, 220 kilos. This is a 15 kilo jump. Really trying to keep up with Novak here the whole way throughout, it will seem. As I keep saying, it'll be a close race.
and he needs these kilos to keep up. And I think he does get it.
Yeah, 3 white lights, a good lift, and a nice looking second attempt there. Osato has a slightly bigger squat and bench, but then where the ground is made up for Novak is very much so in the deadlifts. We have our final second attempt here from Tristan Ho of Singapore. 225 kilos, a 10 kilo jump from his opener, and the heaviest squat so far. 2 kilos above his national record in Singapore.
And that looked very strong. However, was it deep? Oh yeah, it was. It was convincing to the judges.
Yeah, 3 white lights, a good lift. And again, just another lifter with bigger legs and a closer stance can sometimes be confusing on the camera. But yeah, that's definitely good enough.
That looks way better than the other angle. Like we see it on screen, we don't see it on the angles that the judges see it.
We move straight through now to the third attempts of squats. In kicking us off, we have João Guilherme Castellan of Brazil. 167.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump. Unfortunately, not quite there today, unfortunately. He doesn't lose too much on his total overall by missing that, however. We will be moving into a short break between this flight and bench. First up, we have Lachlan Richards of New Zealand, 180 kilos. Sunk it real deep last time, but didn't manage to quite stand it up. Can he claim it now on his third and final attempt? This will be a 2 kilo PB and increase on his national record in New Zealand, should he get this.
And he gets a lot of support from the crowd.
And he's fighting and stands it up this time. And 3 white lights, a good lift. And I'm sure he is happy with that to head back to New Zealand with a new national record. $185 kilos now for Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey. Nice and controlled the whole way throughout.
A very tidy squat. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have Andrea Servi of Belgium, 197.5 kilos. Missed it on his second. Is looking to come back now and get those extra 7.5 kilos here on his third.
He reached a sticking point about midway Let's see if he can find the grit to fight through that. And I think it's going this time.
Yeah, he nods on his way up, and it is a good lift. As you said, push past that sticking point this time round. $202.5 kilos for Valerio Nunziata of Italy. A 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Trying to match his personal best at a world level stage.
And he fights it up. And it is a good lift. 3 for 3 on his squats. A great start to the day. We now have Tuan Hein Tran of Canada, 205 kilos.
Missed his opener, got it on his second. It was just a depth issue on his opener, definitely not strength. So let's see if he can jump 15 kilos and still hit depth with that.
He stands it up. 2 to 1, a good lift. Just a depth call on that left-hand side referee. And we'll see that here in the replay. The side that got that call.
And it doesn't always mean that one referee is more strict than the other. One hip can definitely be higher than the other one.
Yeah, you see that a lot, especially in squat or sometimes in bench. You have one elbow higher than the other as well. We now have Filip Prokes of Czechia, 205 kilos for his final attempt.
He is also looking to improve his national record of 203 kilos, just like New Zealand.
Yeah, seeing a lot of national records broken today. The world record in the junior stands at 253, so I don't think we see that broken here, however. And he just can't fight through it, and I think it may have been in vain anyway. It looked like he cut depth a tiny bit.
And just a quick shout out to the spotters. They are doing a lovely job.
Samuel Kwan of Singapore now, 210 kilos, sprints onto the platform, and we are not surprised to see him smiling. 210, a 7.5 kilo jump from his second, as we thought it might have been. This would be a 2.5 kilo PB for Samuel.
And from play phase to game phase.
Oh, just a tad too heavy for Samuel today, but he remains smiling nonetheless.
Wonderful.
A fantastic attitude from the Singaporean athlete.
It's just like such a feel-good time when he's on the platform.
Absolutely it is. Now have Diego Bakin of Uruguay, 222.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump from his second. great fight there. Shakes it off at the end, and it is a good lift.
Coming up next is Benedict Grant from Britain, trying 225 kilograms. The bar is loaded. The bar is loaded.
We now have a Benedict Grant of Great Britain, 225 kilos for his third and final attempt, and this will pull him into squat silver for the time being, should he get this. It will also be 4.5 kilos above his record at home in Great Britain.
And a very tidy looking squat. A sensible choice going for his third, only opting for a 5 kilo jump, but he did manage to get it. 3 white lights, it is a good lift.
Yeah, a really tidy looking third attempt there. We now have Taiga Sato of Japan, 225 kilos. Now this will pull him into silver place for squats ahead of Benedict, as he's lighter of the two by 100 grams. Wow. Absolutely incredible fight there from Tiger, and a well-deserved squat should he get it. And he does. 3 white lights, a good lift, and moves into the squat silver position. Wow.
That was an amazing, almost a paused squat.
Double pause. There were 2 times there. I wasn't sure if he would get through it, and he did.
Incredible performance.
We have Sami Aboyage Kojo of Great Britain, 227.5 kilos for his third and final attempt, and this will move him into squat gold for the time being, with Novak and Ho to follow.
Amazing looking third attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift.
And it seemed like he had a room to spare, which is exciting.
He definitely did.
Let's have a look at that again. Sticks his tongue out and gives the crowd a smile. Now we have Kyle Novak of the United States jumping 10 kilos to 227.5, and this will pull him from 6th in squats into squat gold, should he get this.
And he is attempting the same weight as our previous lifter, but he's only 300 grams lighter.
Wow, and just as easy as it seems as Sami's. 2 to 1-8, good lift, and he takes squat gold from Sami of Great Britain. And we have 1 lifter left to go who could possibly snatch that off him. And here he comes now, charging onto the platform. Tristan Ho of Singapore, 230 kilos to move him from squat bronze into squat gold. Our last squat of the morning.
Big air.
And he stands it up.
He does, doesn't he? Was a lovely, a strong attempt.
And it is a good lift. He moves himself into squat gold and charges off the platform beaming. There's some good energy there in Team Singapore. We now head into a 10-minute break before bench press. But first up, in squats gold, we have Tristan Ho of Singapore with 230 kilos. In squats silver, we have Kyle Novak of the United States with 227.5 kilos. And with the same weight on the bar, but a slightly heavier body weight in squat bronze, we have Sami Obayage Kodjo of Great Britain. Don't go anywhere. We will catch you very soon for bench press. See you then.
The bench press is the second movement performed in a powerlifting competition. It's a movement that mainly uses upper body strength. A slight back arch is authorized and allows for a stronger and healthier shoulder positioning. Laying down on the bench, the athlete has to create points of contact between his head, shoulder, glutes and the bench. His feet has to lay flat on the ground with the heels in the contact with the floor. Once that position is locked, the central referee gives the start command. The lifter lowers the bar until it touches his chest. The lower underside of both of his elbow joints have to be at level or below the top surface of each shoulder joint. He then has to stabilize the bar for the referee to give him the press command. The lifter has to push the bar back up until the complete extension of his elbows. The central referee gives the rack command and the lift is completed.
There are 4 main reasons to have a no lift on that movement. First, if you're not able to fully extend your elbows at the beginning and at the end of the movement. Second, if you don't touch the chest with the bar, or if your elbows don't go at level or below the top of your shoulder joint. Third, if you're not able to maintain all points of contact with the bench, knowing the head, the shoulders, and the butt. Fourth, if the lift isn't completed in a single upward movement.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. Wow, we have had an exciting morning. The squat record in the Sub-Juniors was broken 3 times by Daniel Harris of the United States, and I'm sure bench press will be just as exciting for you now.
We will be kicking off the first round of bench press. Just as the squat event, we start with the sub-juniors and then go straight into the juniors. Now, at the moment, already getting ready for his first bench press, we have Ko Kamba from Japan opening up with a 75 kilo bench press.
Nice, easy looking opener and a good lift.
Now his fellow Japanese lifter, Taizo Kondo, 80 kilo on the bar. And that was easy enough, a really good opener.
3 white lights. It's always nice to see 3 white lights on the opener. It means that you are good to carry on as you are. You don't have anything to look out for heading into seconds. Matthew Lee of Singapore, 87.5 kilos. Has been competing in less than a year. This is his last year in the sub-juniors.
A lovely looking opener right there. 3 white lights, a good lift. And the bar is already loaded for Sergio Moura from Brazil. 97.5 kilos on the bar. just 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best on his opener.
Wow, super speedy there from Sergio. And a good lift. They're that much closer with getting a bench press in to securing a total.
Already on to the next competitor. Samuel Tiger from South Africa. 100 kilos. That looked great. 7.5 kilos increase on his personal best already. 3 white lights, a good lift. Taking his time, walking towards the platform. Konsta Holappa from Finland also opening up with 100 kilos.
Yeah, seeing a lot of these sub-juniors open up on their current best, which is pretty common to see within sub-juniors as their rate of progression is so high. Yeah, really speedy there, and doesn't look like it's going to be his PB for long. A good lift. Obviously, these are split into sub-junior and junior categories, the two flights, but for those of you who don't know, sub-junior is 18 and below, whereas junior is 19 to 23.
The year you turn 18 is the last year you are a sub-junior. Selahattin Akgun, Turkey, 105 kilos for his opening attempt. That looked great, and that is a 3 white light, good lift. Walking onto the platform, Mario Magro from Belgium, opening with 107.5 kilos. This will be very important to keep up with Althalt from Libya to contend for that overall position on the podium.
Wow, and that was so speedy there.
A fantastic looking opener.
And a good lift. Opening somewhere conservative like that leaves you a great chance to make slightly larger jumps and know straight away that you've secured yourself a bench.
Matteo Duvernay, La Douce France, 110 kilos, 110 kilos. Smooth looking opener, just like you wanted to.
And a good lift, 3 white lights. Obviously, a
And the-
new rule we've seen this year has been for elbow depth. So that's something else extra we're looking out for this year.
The bar is already loaded for Joshua Tan from Singapore. 112.5 kilos on his opening attempt. Just 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best. Just a bit harder from the chest, but locks it out really nicely in a 3 white light good lift. The bar is loaded. Abdusalam Altab from Libya. 112.5 kilos on the bar. And here he is.
I'll be interested to see how his bench press is, because under the bar of his squat he was quite wobbly, but it still moved so fast.
Just giving a quick instruction on how he likes his lift off.
And it looks a little bit difficult for an opener, but he gets it in there. 3 white lights, a good lift. And you hope it's not the case, because obviously, you know, the coach is there to see the warm-ups and have the opportunity, should they need to bring the opener down if it feels too heavy for the athlete. But nonetheless, he gets the lift.
4 more lifters to go in this first round. Anders Nguyen from Sweden with a 120 kilo opener. The world sub-junior bench press record stands at 165.
Yeah, so a little way off that.
And that moved very swiftly. It's a 3 white light, good lift. Next onto the podium, Cristian Verdugo Beltran from España. 120 kilos. And that looks great to me. A 3 white light, good lift.
Not as quick as some of the openers we've seen, but it definitely looks sturdy. But some athletes do like to open a little bit heavier and make those smaller jumps. Just depends how that particular athlete is used to training and the style of the country.
Daniel Harris from the USA, 130 kilos on his opener. And that is a good lift to the 1. Let's see what the red light is about.
Yeah, that would have been an elbow depth call from the left side. So let's just watch that left elbow. Does seem to be a tiny bit higher than the right, but I think it'd be okay. And he is that much closer to securing that new sub-junior world squat record with that.
Dorji Weston with the, I think, the smoothest opener we've seen so far. Also the heaviest opener. That was incredible.
Yeah, squeaky clean lifting there. Close grip, no wrist straps. As raw as it gets.
Look at that. And this is exactly what a perfect opener looks like. We're already kicking off the second round. Ko Kamba from Japan, 80 kilos on the bar. It just indicates no lift off for me, please.
The weight looking very steady and strong in his hands from that unrack. Ooh, but unfortunately it seems a bit heavy for him. Yeah, what would you do here in that situation? Because it does seem like a strength issue.
I don't think there's another possibility than just retake it. Or not do it at all.
Yeah, there obviously is that option there.
Taizo Kondo from Japan, 87.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. And as you just said, indeed, Kamba will not come out for a third. It was a strength issue.
And I think that's the smart decision to do, really.
Wonderful second attempt.
Yeah, no strength issues there from his teammate, Taizo Kondo. 3 white lights, a good lift. And in this instance where it's a longer flight of 15, crossing out your last attempt doesn't impact your teammates or your competitors negatively because the flight's already relatively long.
Matthew Lee from Singapore, 95 kilos on the bar. A bit more work, but definitely looks good. And that is a 3 white light, good lift.
Yeah, handled the 7.5 kilo jump very well. And as you said, it looked like harder work, but it would have been, it was more weight on the bar. So hoping he can make a small jump to his third there and add some extra kilos.
And already on the bench, we have Samuel Tiger, South Africa, 105 kilos.
Ooh, hard off the chest there, but manages to put it up. And 3 white lights, a good lift. And when a closer grip bench is hard off the chest, that's when you know it is heavy, because usually it's quite quick off the chest and then harder at lockout.
Do you reckon this was a maximal attempt?
Yeah, I think there's minimal left in there, if any at all.
Sergio Moura from Brazil, 105 kilos on the bar. Wow.
There we go. That's a nice looking second attempt there for Sergio. And a good lift, a 7.5 kilo jump, making barely any difference on the speed.
The bar is loaded for Konsta Holapa from Finland. Took a 7.5 kilo jump, 107.5. He's always so super calm. Walks really slowly towards the platform. It doesn't seem to faze him at all.
It's a bit of work, but he gets it up and locks it out. And it is a good lift.
Selahattin Akugun from Turkey, 112.5 kilos.
Just adjusting his belt there on the platform, which he's allowed to do. It's the only piece of equipment you are allowed to adjust on the platform.
And he does not wear any wrist reps.
Yeah, it's very interesting that he wears a belt but not wrist straps there on the bench. The belt usually for raw lifters is there as a reminder to brace into it.
Usually we see that with heavier contestants.
Ooh, got caught in a sticking point there, but
Not
manages to lock it
sure.
out. Yeah, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift, a downward movement call from the center referee, and I think a call for butt lift there on the right-hand side. Just watch this replay. Goes down there, but I'm not sure what the yellow was for, as his butt didn't lift off the bench.
Mario Magro from Belgium, 115 kilos. Still trying to keep up with our Libyan lifter.
Yeah, him and Altab are neck and neck through squats, bench, and deadlift, just 5 kilos apart in any of the respective lifts. It'll be close.
It will be very close indeed. Let's see if he can add some chips to his total. A very clean looking bench press. And it is a 3 white light good lift.
Yeah, that is a lovely looking second attempt. And it'll be interesting to see how Altab's moves and see if it's just as quick as that.
And Mario told me in the break that for squats, he only did his 120 kilo warm up before jumping to 205. It was a time management issue.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, so that wasn't his usual style of warming up to 205 then. That's incredible.
Not quite. Matteo Duvernay, La France, 115 kilos on the bar. And that is work. And his right, his right arm could not follow.
Yeah, let's have a look at that again in the replay. Yeah, it's hard because it didn't dip, but obviously the spotters have to think of the best interest of the lifters and whether he would have made it through, but
Now to maintain his lead, Altalp Abdusalam from Libya, 115 kilos. And that looked like a good lift. It is 3 white lights.
it was just shaky, just like his opener, but just like his squats, manages to still push through. The question is, will he be able to catch up, or keep up rather, with the jumps that Magro is going to be able to make going into his third, especially now he's warmed up properly.
Joshua Tan from Singapore, 117.5 kilos. And that is a great second attempt. Took a 5 kilo jump from first to second. And I think he will make 2.5 maybe 5 more. He does not have a lot more left, but I think he can squeeze out just a little bit more. Anders Nguyen from Sweden, 125 kilos. And just a quick reminder, the world sub-junior bench press record of 165 is set by a teammate, a fellow Swedish lifter, Eddie Berglund, and it is set in 2013.
That is a decade.
That is a decade that the world sub-junior record has stood.
Wow.
Wow.
Team Sweden know how to bench.
Looked like an opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
That has got to be, and I'm not sure, but it has to be one of the longest held records in the IPF. 10 years is a tremendous amount of time.
In the powerlifting world, it's like a lifetime. Cristian Verdugo Beltran, España, 125 kilos on the bar.
This will pull him into bench press bronze heading into third attempts for the time being. Ooh, but it looks hard. And his opener wasn't speedy. So he has another shot at that on his third, but it does look like he's reached his limit there.
Daniel Harris looking to take back a gold medal lead in the bench press and further securing his overall position with 137.5 kilos for his second attempt.
And based on his openers for deadlift, it looks like he wants to snatch gold in everything.
That was definitely work. I'm not sure if he has much left in the tank, but this is a good lift. 2 to 1.
Yeah, just a yellow call from that left-hand side referee. Let's see if we can see. You can see his hips shaking there, but it doesn't look like his glutes lift off the bench, so I think he'll be okay. But that's definitely a limit lift, I think.
Now, Dorji Weston from Great Britain also attempting 137.5 kilos.
He's
He
slightly
is a
heavier.
stitch heavier, I was about to say, indeed. So it won't give him gold for now. But he has room left, and I think he will take a stab at it on his third.
Yeah, that's a good lift, and I think it's safe to say that it moved better than Harris's did. So probably can take that slightly larger jump, or rather a safe jump, and maybe still snatch it away, but all will be revealed.
And Dorji just concluded the second round of the bench press, heading straight into the third round. Taizo Kondo from Japan, going for a third attempt of 92.5 kilos. Unfortunately, just a stitch too heavy.
Yeah, 5 kilos I think seemed like a bit too much of a jump. Maybe 2.5 kilos would have been there, but you know, hindsight is where we can learn these lessons.
As Ryan would say, 20/20 hindsight.
I think many people would say that.
Matthew Lee under the watchful eyes of James. Singapore, 100 kilos.
Ooh, a good catch there from the spots and loaders. Just too heavy and tips towards his head. Was looking for that 100 kilo milestone, but unfortunately just couldn't grab it today. Still yet to see a lifter get a third attempt in.
But I'm sure Samuel Tiger from South Africa is going to try his best. His second attempt was work, but can he find that little bit more strength? It will be a fight for sure.
Looks like he's done it though.
Wow. And he proved us wrong. It is a 3 white light, good lift.
Our first lifter to get their third attempt in, and hopefully the first of many.
Sergio Moura, Brazil, 110 kilos. And that was a fight, but it is a third attempt. It was a maximal attempt, perfectly called from Brazil. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, there is no points for how easy your third attempt looks. It's just a case of getting it.
That was a great fight. The bar is loaded and calm as always. Konsta Halapa from Finland, 110 kilos. And a nice looking third attempt.
And a good lift. He walks away with 110 kilos, a 2.5 kilo personal best.
The bar is loaded. Selahattin Akgun, Turkey, 115 kilos. He did go up from his second attempt, which he missed. I remember he got a blue from the center referee and a yellow from the right side referee. Looking to correct this, he must feel confident about it.
Yeah, just need to convince one referee more that it's a good lift. Hopefully he can.
And it does look better. He knew he had some more in the tank. It's a good lift.
Yeah, and actually proved a good choice to go up those 2.5 kilos. And he is getting closer and closer to joining the fight with Altab and Magro for third place as well. Sorry, no, that's my mistake.
Matteo Duvernay, La France, 115 kilos, trying to retake his second. He could not lock out his right arm. Can he do it this time? And
Wow, that looked way better.
that was a completely different attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, he walks off the platform rolling his eyes like, I knew I could do it that easily. Finally.
The bar is loaded. Abdusalam Al-Talb from Libya, taking a 2.5 increase again. 117.5 kilos. But I'm not sure if he is coming out. Oh, he is. I'm sorry. He is.
Yeah, there we go. And he is trying to get as many kilos as he can to fight Magro of Belgium for that bronze overall. And I think it will continue right down to the last deadlift. His second did look wobbly, though. So let's see if he's got this.
20 seconds left. He has to get a start command before the timer runs out. 9 seconds left. And he is a fighter.
Wow. The question is, did it move down at all?
I
It
think
didn't, but his glutes did come off the bench, it seems. That's what you see typically with a white in the middle and yellows either side.
Yeah, it did. Definitely. It's very clear. Unfortunately.
Which opens the gap now.
For Mario Magro from Belgium. 120 kilos. Trying to overtake that projected total from Altalp. I'm not going to jinx it, so I won't say anything.
Oh, and he fights through it, locks it out, and luckily you didn't.
And a great call, third attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and that pulls in 2.5 kilos ahead of Altaub on projected totals heading into deadlifts. Still close, but that's going to help him.
Joshua Tan, Singapore, 122.5 kilos. It's crazy to remember these are sub-juniors, 18 years and younger, in the 66 kilo class.
Yeah, this is already a double body weight bench, or almost.
And it is a fight.
Wow.
It is a fight. He keeps fighting. He
It's
keeps
still
fighting.
moving.
But unfortunately, I saw it go down. But wow, that was a long grind. He cannot say he did not fight for it. He gave it his all. Unfortunately, just a stitch too high. I meant heavy. The bar is loaded. Cristian Verdugo Beltran from Spain. It looked a bit heavy on, well, it looked too heavy on his second.
Yeah, and should he get this now on his third, he will move just 7.5 kilos behind Altaub, who we know is in the fight for the podium overall.
Together with Magro Mario. And it looks a little bit better, but to no prevail, unfortunately.
Yeah, he tried his absolute best there, but it just got away from him, unfortunately.
On to our 3 last deadlifts of the sub-juniors, bench presses. Deadlifts is for later today.
You're just getting so excited for them.
Yeah, I am.
And it will be exciting. But first, bench press.
40 more seconds for our Swedish lifter, Anders Nguyen, 130 kilos on the bar. His second attempt absolutely flew.
Yeah, and getting very close to that double body weight now. Gets the start command just in time.
And this definitely was more work, so a perfectly called third attempt. 2-1, good lift. With just a yellow card from the left side referee.
But I think he's safe there. It doesn't look like his glutes came up at all.
Right now, we have Daniel Harris from the USA with 140 kilos. This is well above double body weight bench. Trying to further solidify his projected total in first.
Yeah, the second was difficult. So let's see if he has those extra 2.5 kilos. It looks like he might.
He keeps fighting. I'm not sure if the bar did not go down or it did.
Oh, no, it didn't, but it looks like his glutes came up there. 2 yellows from either side. Let's have a look there.
Yeah, unfortunately it does. Now for our last lifter in the bench press, we have Dorji Weston from Great Britain. He has displayed some great strength.
The jury has overruled the last lift for Harris to a good lift. But it doesn't matter because it looks like Dorji Weston walks away with bench gold.
And it is a 3 white light good lift.
And what a way to end bench press there for the sub-juniors.
And a quick look at the screen. You see Dorji in gold medal position for the bench. In silver, we have Daniel Harris, and in bronze, Anders Nguyen from Sweden.
We move straight through to the 66 kilo junior lifters for bench here. Just before we kick it off, the world junior record is held as well here by the Swedish lifter with 213.5 kilos, Eddie Berglund. That is also the open record. And kicking us off, we have João Guilherme Castellan of Brazil, 90 kilos.
That was a very good looking opener. 3 white lights, good lift.
Kilograms.
95 kilos now for Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey for his opening attempt. A matched PB should he get this on his opener. Just explaining to the spotter there how exactly he'd like his handout given. Controls it really well. Just a yellow from the center referee there. I'm not sure if he skipped the command. It's usually a lift of sorts or a skip command, but I think he's fine there. We now have Lachlan Richards of New Zealand, 102.5 kilos. Signifies he does not want a handout. It's of course up to the lifter whether they choose to have it or not.
7.5 kilos below his personal best. Let's see how his opener moves.
And that is a good lift for Lachlan. Filip Prokes, Czechia, 107.5 kilos for his opening attempt. We saw in his squat that he's a very technical lifter, and I wonder if that will carry through to his bench.
We'll see soon enough. And he is giving precise instructions, so I think a liftoff is important. So maybe that indicates he has a technical bench press. Perfect looking opener.
And 3 white lights, a good lift. You can see he has his wrists somewhat turned out on his bench there, and a lot of lifters have adopted that to try and reach elbow depth better.
And it's also, you see, he's not wearing any
Wrist
wrist
straps.
straps, and it makes the bar be perpendicular with the wrist joint.
We now have Tuan Hein Tran of Canada, 112.5 kilos for his opening attempt. Looked really strong there. Really utilized his leg drive. And it's a good lift. As much as you may think bench press is a chest movement, it can be a very much full body movement if you do it technically enough. And leg drive can do a lot.
And more than you think.
Andrea Servi of Belgium, 117.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Only 5 kilos shy of his personal best. Has only been competing for 1 year. At 22 years of age. And a bit more work at a lockout than you want to see for your opener, but nevertheless, it is a 3 white light good lift.
Yeah, quite peculiar there actually, because it looked really strong off the chest, but as you said, a bit more work. We now have Sami Abayagye Kodjo of Great Britain, 122.5 kilos. Opening on his current bench press PB. And opting to wear different color shoes. Very snazzy look there. And similar to his teammate in the sub-juniors, a very snappy opener. 3 white lights.
Really fashion guy. And now on his deadlift, may he come with the
Switch.
opposite
Yeah.
colorway.
Maybe he couldn't decide which ones he'd rather wear.
Yeah.
His teammate now, we have Benedict Grant of Great Britain, 130 kilos for his opening bench press. Just asking there for a handout. Let's see see if he'll follow in the footsteps of his teammates, opting to have the blocks out there, which any of the lifters can request should they want them. Helps with a little bit extra leg drive there.
And that was an incredible looking opener. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, some speedy looking benches from Team GB today.
And halfway through this flight, we are starting to see a great start of the whole group.
We have Diego Barkin of Uruguay, 132.5 kilos.
Another incredible looking opener. 3 white lights, a good lift. He does grab his lower back a little bit, maybe cramps up.
Yeah, when you see lifters try to hold an arch position, sometimes it can be a little tense in your back, especially if you're coming in with back issues. 132.5 kilos for Kyle Novak of the United States for his opening attempt.
Also instructing precisely how he wants his liftoff to be.
And that's nice and speedy. 2 to 1, a good lift. A yellow from the center referee there. Not sure if he skipped the command. I can't see any lift of sorts. Let's just watch here. We now have Samuel Kwan of Singapore, 140 kilos. I'm sure as soon as he gets his bench opener in, we'll see that beaming smile again.
Perfect way to open bench press. 2 white lights. The left side referee gave him a red, indicating elbow depth.
Yeah, let's look at that on the replay. Watch that left elbow. But I think that's good. Yeah, I don't think we'll have any issues with that. We now have Valerio Nunziata of Italy, 142.5 kilos. With 2 lifters to follow with their opening attempts.
Giving some quick instructions as he already lays down.
Oh, it looks a little bit harder there, but he manages to lock it out. 2 to 1, a good lift, a depth call from the left side referee. We'll watch that again in the replay. Keep your eye on the left elbow. No, but I think that looks good, and I'm worried that that was a hard opener. We'll have to see where he goes on his second. For now, our penultimate opener, Tristan Ho of Singapore, 150 kilos. The lighter of the 2 lifters to take this weight, followed by Teiga Sato. That looked really nice and easy for Tristan, and it is a good lift. This is a huge bench press for a 66 kilo junior.
And he just got on the board. He is in contention for a podium spot for a very nice bench press.
And I feel like if Eddie Berglund never competed, that would have been near what the record would have been, but obviously...
Unfortunately for him, there was a bench guard. There is a bench guard. Well, in the juniors, not anymore, of course.
We now have Taiga Sato of Japan, 150 kilos. He's the heavier of the two, so we'll put him into bench silver.
Just a quick fist bump with the head spotter. Good lift off. I want a good lift off. Let's get it.
Looks nice and steady. And unfortunately, 2-1A, no lift. He gets called on elbow depth from the center and left referee. Let's have a look at that, indicating that the left arm probably is higher. And unfortunately, the baggy t-shirt can't quite hide it.
And I was about to say, everybody made a sensible decision. Unfortunately, Sato's bench press was disproved.
So you thought it and it still jinxed it. We now move on.
Commentator's curse, right?
Even into your own mind. We move straight through to second attempts now. We have João Guilherme Castellan of Brazil, 97.5 kilos. A 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Nice second attempt.
And a good lift. Now Sato is going to want to get that on his second attempt, as he's currently sat in second overall, just a few kilos behind Novak. We now have Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey, 102.5 kilos.
And it was a bit uneven, but he lucked it out. One yellow from the left side referee, probably indicating a butt lift. But I think he's fine. It was a good lift, and we're already into our next lifter, Lachlan Richards from New Zealand. And I hear a lot of Kiwis in the crowd. Five kilo jump from his opener. And it was a struggle for sure, but it looks good, and it is a 3 white light, good lift. Filip Prokes from Czechia approaching the bar. 112.5 kilos is loaded. Only 2.5 kilos shy of his personal best. And that is a great second lift. 3 white lights, good lift.
We now have Tuan Hein Tran of Canada, 120 kilos for his second attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump.
A bit more of a struggle, but still a good second attempt.
Ooh, just 2 yellows from each side, referee there, which usually indicates that his glutes come off the bench. Let's have a look at that in the replay. Ooh, yeah, unfortunately, really high off the bench there. So hopefully on his third can keep that down. We now have Andreas Servi of Belgium, 122.5 kilos.
Bit of a struggle, but gets it moving. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have Sami Abarge of Kodjo of Great Britain, 127.5 kilos for his second attempt. This would already be a 5 kilo bench press PB for Sami. Abuage Kojo taking his time, making sure he's 100% ready. And it's still moving so fast for Sami there. 3 white lights, a good lift. And he smiles confidently as he walks off the platform, knowing a storm is coming for his third.
And I'm seeing some big openers on deadlift. That will be very exciting.
We now have Benedict Grant of Great Britain, 137.5 kilos for his second attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump, and we thought he might make a relatively big jump based off that opener. And still moving well.
Still easy.
And it is a good lift. Diego Barquin of Uruguay, 137.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump from his opener.
And that was an easy second attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. We have seen some fantastic attempts by all the lifters. Curious where we can still go.
We now have Kyle Noviak of the United States jumping to 137.5 kilos. Kyle Novak of the United States. 137.5 kilos. And it's moving well. Nice strong second attempt. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a depth call from that left-hand side referee. So let's look at that in the replay, Elias. No, I think he'll be okay there.
Yeah, maybe it's just the angle that the left side referee has, that it looks higher, but from this angle it definitely looks good.
Yeah, from this angle it definitely seems like some strict calls. But 2 whites is enough. We have Valerio Nunziata of Italy now, 145 kilos, just a 2.5 kilo jump from his first.
However, the calls have been very consistent, so that's what we like to see. And that is a great looking second attempt. 3 white lights, good lift. And we said on his opener that it looked a bit heavy, but this didn't look heavier at all.
Yeah, and maybe shook off some nerves there, changed some slight positioning, and improved a lot. We now have Samuel Kwan of Singapore, 145 kilos. He had a very quick opener and has jumped 5 kilos from that to his second.
With a little ritual. Shakes off the nerves. Gives a little sigh. And we're ready.
And it slows down, but he manages to lock it out. And it is a good lift. That's the thing with bench press. It can just keep going until it doesn't with a lot of athletes. You know, the brakes come on hard and fast. And so his opener was super speedy, and it seemed to slow down there. He gets the lift. Now we have Taiga Sato of Japan. Missed 150 kilos in his opener because of elbow depth. But the strength was 100% there. So let's see if he can come back now and get it on his second. Just sink it a little bit further.
An important lift to get on the board and secure his second place overall on the projected totals.
Yeah, and Novak is pulling away in front, so he needs this to keep up. And that definitely looked better. He locks it out a little bit harder, but he manages to do it. And there it is, 3 white lights, a good lift.
And there you see a little adjustment in technique can give a big difference in outcome. The first attempt was way easier, and now he adjusted, found more elbow depth, and still got it.
Yeah, which is why it's important that the opener is easy. We now have Tristan Ho of Singapore, 155 kilos for his second attempt. Already sitting in bench press gold, heading into third attempts. So we'll just further that. So it's 2 kilos below what looks like a record in Singapore.
Lovely looking.
Yeah, actually sped up a bit from his opener. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that concludes our second attempts. We move straight through now to our third attempt of bench before a 10-minute break heading into deadlifts. It's still pretty close, even with Tiger missing his opener. We now have João Guilherme Castillan of Brazil, 102.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from his second. It's a fight, but he manages to lock it out.
3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey, 107.5 kilos.
5 kilo jump. And it's just a bit too heavy.
Yeah, not quite there today. We now have Lachlan Richards of New Zealand, 110 kilos for his third and final attempt. And a correction, I think it was a regional record that he beat before, and this will extend that. Ooh, just a little bit too heavy today, unfortunately. So 115 kilos for Philippe Proques of Czechia. A 2.5 kilo jump, the smallest increment you can jump unless it is a world record.
And that is work, but it is a nice looking third attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Yeah, and we did think with him coming into his bench that he was going to be a technical lifter as he was in his squats, and he has proven us right the whole way through. $120 kilos for Tuan Hein Tran of Canada. Missed it on his second. Is hoping to come back out now and get it on his third. If I remember correctly, his glutes came quite a way off the bench. So if he can just keep them down. He managed to lock it out last time. So hopefully he can keep his bum down this time round. He locks it out again, and it doesn't look like his glutes raised, and they didn't. It is a good lift this time round. $125 kilos for Andrea Servi of Belgium, a 2.5 kilo jump from his second. Ooh, unfortunately, a bit too heavy. And I think his head did lift up anyway, so that would have been an infraction regardless. We now have Sami Aboagye Kodjo of Great Britain, 132.5 kilos. A 5 kilo jump from his second, which was still moving pretty quick, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he did, for sure. Let's see if a 5 kilo increment is still in his grasp.
And it's still quick on his third.
Well was.
Wow, three white lights.
Good lift.
Somebody needs to get this man a fourth attempt. Kyle Novak of the United States now coming out for 140 kilos. A 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. And probably our leanest 66 we have today. Just a little bit too heavy, unfortunately, but he doesn't lose too much on that total because he jumped 2.5 kilos and he still holds the lead heading into deadlift.
And he has the same body weight as Novak.
We now have Benedict Grant of Great Britain, 142.5 kilos, a 5 kilo jump from his second, which also was very speedy, and I imagine he would be good for it, but let's find out. And he's pushing through, but unfortunately it's just a little bit too much. And as we said before, sometimes bench can be difficult like that because it can just fall off so quickly. But not quite there today. Diego Barkin of Uruguay 142.5 kilos. Be for a 5 kilo personal best.
And it's work, but he works through.
And it is a good lift. A perfectly cooled third attempt there, I think, from Team Uruguay. $147.5 kilos for Valeria Nunziata of Italy. Currently sat in bench press bronze for the time being. With only Kwan of Singapore who could take that away.
And it's work, and unfortunately just a little bit too heavy.
Yeah, and he does remain in bench press bronze for the time being, but with Samuel Kwan to follow, it can be taken away, so it is out of his hands for now, and into the hands of our happiest lifter today, Samuel Kwan of Singapore, 150 kilos, a 5 kilo jump to take him into bench press bronze. Let's see if he has what it takes to walk away with the bench press medal today. And just in time gets the start command, and he manages to push through it. He got 2 fingers off of the bench press, and 3 white lights, a good lift. He takes bench press bronze. Very interesting there. Look at this back. He pushes it up, pointing to the sky as he does it. We now have Taiga Sato of Japan, 157.5 kilos. And this will move him into bench press gold from silver for the time being. Missed his opener, but is catching up really well here. 7.5 kilo jump from his second. 10 kilos below his best, so well within his reach. But is it there today? Wow, he is fighting, but unfortunately the jump was just a little bit too much for him. And it is a no lift. He stays in bench press silver behind Ho. And I think in trying to find more elbow depth there, he just struggled, as it would have been a change of his normal form. We now have our last bench press of this morning's session. Tristan Ho already has bench press gold, looking to add 5 kilos more to his total, as it is now really close between the top 3 heading into deadlifts. Novak, Sato and Ho. So Tristan Ho of Singapore, 160 kilos.
And a great third attempt.
Yeah, perfectly called from Team Singapore.
And it's been a while that we saw a good attempt, but this was a great attempt. Finishing strong in the bench press event.
Yeah, and now only 2.5 kilos behind Sato heading into deadlift, and Sato only 7.5 kilos behind Novak. We're going to take a 10-minute break now, but first of all, in bench press gold, we have Tristan Ho of Singapore, followed by Taiga Sato of Japan in silver, and in bronze, we have Samuel Kwan of Singapore as well. We have a short 10-minute break now before we head into deadlifts, where we will determine who lands where on the podium and with what type of medal. Don't go anywhere. See you then.
The deadlift is the last movement of the powerlifting competition. On that movement, the lifter's whole body is used and put to the test. The athlete approaches the bar once the central referee calls bar loaded. He then has 1 minute
To start the lift.
In the conventional or sumo position, the athlete has to pull the barbell until his shoulders, hips, and knees are fully locked. Once that position is assumed by the lifter, the central referee will give the down command. The bar has to be lowered to the ground without the lifter being allowed to drop it until it touches the floor, which completes the lift. At the end of deadlift, the powerlifting total is made, which determines the winner and final placings. There are 4 main mistakes to avoid. First, not locking your shoulders, hips, or knees at the end of the movement. Second, not completing the lift with a single upward bar movement. Third, completing the lift hitching at the legs in order to allow you to do so. Fourth, dropping the bar after the central referee down command.
Hello and welcome back to the 2023 IPF World Classic Sub-Junior and Junior Powerlifting Championships. This morning session we have for you the 66 kilo Sub-Juniors, followed by in the second flight the Juniors. And it's been a very exciting morning. We've seen world records fall. I'm Amelia Potter, joined here by Elias de Burke, and he's going to take over and tell you where we're at.
We have, well, I don't think we have time anymore because we are already kicking off the deadlifts. We'll give a quick overview a bit later. But for now, the bar is loaded for Taizo Kondo from Japan, and he is opening with 165 kilos. Now we have seen a lot of great openers in the squat and bench press. Let's see if we can do the same for deadlifts.
And with every deadlift attempt successful, they secure their total.
As you need at least one valid attempt for each event. That looks good. And the referees agree. 3 white light, a good lift. And we're continuing with the same weight, 165 for Matthew Lee, Singapore.
Ooh, just a little balance at the top there and tipped back. It can happen sometimes when you overlock out.
Yeah, and he looks a little bit confused, but I'm sure he will come back and fix that problem immediately.
You can see he just tips backwards onto his heels. Unfortunately, not a strength issue, thankfully.
He was just a bit caught off guard by how fast it moved. Now, Dorji Weston from Great Britain, 180 kilos, had the heaviest bench. Let's see how he can move his opener deadlift. And he moved it solidly.
And it is a good lift, adopting somewhat of a hybrid stance there, a narrow sumo, if you will, or a frog stance.
And the bar is loaded for Konsta Holappa from Finland. Approaches ever so calmly. $180 kilos.
Look like a nice strong opener. And 3 white lights, a good lift. You'll often see athletes in deadlift wearing slipper-like shoes, and it's because it's really helpful for some of the athletes to be able to kind of feel the floor as much as they can when pushing through, utilizing that foot balance.
And of course reduces the range of motion.
Yeah, no need to do deficit deadlifts here.
Sergio Moura from Brazil, 187.5 kilos for his opener.
And that is a good lift.
Coming up next is Kamba from Japan, trying 190 kilograms. The bar is working.
The bar is loaded. Ko Kamba from Japan, opening with 190 kilos. Should be a very conservative opener for him.
Moves really nicely, a very narrow grip there. And 2-1, a good lift. Just a red from the left-hand side there for insufficient lockout.
You can see his chest caves a little bit in and his shoulders are a bit forward.
I think he'll be all right there, but any more forward, he'll be in danger.
Yeah, I think so too. And it did seem his right shoulder was a bit more in front than the left one. So hence only 1 red from that side referee. Samuel Tiger from South Africa, 210 kilos opener.
And that is a good lift. As I said before, with every good lift they get here in the deadlift, as they have all got a squat and a bench and they've secured their total.
The bar is loaded for Anders Nguyen, and he is trying to secure his projected silver medal overall with this opener.
Yeah, with Magro just behind him as well. And that moved really nicely. A masterclass in openers and 3 white lights, a good lift. And he points to the sky to his coach saying, yeah, big jump, put it up.
Joshua Tan already on the platform. Singapore, also 215 kilos. Cueing long arms. And a bit slower of the floor than his competitors, but a really nice looking deadlift. Nevertheless, we're just waiting for the right side referee. It's a 3 white light, good lift.
Yeah, and typically with conventional, you usually see it a little faster off the ground and then more difficult a lockout. So perhaps a little heavy for him. But we will see heading into his second.
Now, Cristian Verdugo Beltran from España, 220 kilos.
Oh, a tough looking opener for Christian, but manages to get it up.
And fortunately for him, this is a good lift because I don't know how much left he has in the tank. I told you before, missing a few squats really drained him, I think.
Yeah, and you could tell as well because his bench opener was also difficult, having a similar issue there.
Now, Abdusalam Altalp from Libya, opening with the same weight, 220 kilos. And he makes easy work of that.
Wasted no time.
Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, good lift. I do think he needs to pay attention to his left shoulder a bit, as it was a bit less locked out than his right side.
Yeah, with mixed grip you do see that, but the referees seem to be happy with it, which is the most important thing.
Selahattin Akugun from Turkey, 222.5 kilos.
And that is a good lift for Akgun.
Daniel Harris from the USA next up. 3 more lifters to go in this first round of deadlift.
And it's worth mentioning, should he get this opening deadlift, he is only half a kilo below the sub-junior total record. And it is a good lift. Now, should he just get half a kilo more on his next lift, he will get the sub-junior total record with that.
On to our 2 last lifters out. Next up, we have Mario Magro from Belgium with a whopping 230 kilo opener, trying to secure his overall position. This will move him into 3rd place.
Yeah, just 2.5 kilos below Nguyen. Should he get this?
And that was snappy. And a 3 white light, good lift. I'm very excited to see where this goes into the 2nd and 3rd round, as the world sub-junior deadlift record is sitting at 256 kilos. So not a mile away.
Yeah, it's not unreasonable to think about a 12.5 to 15 kilo jump when an opener moves like that.
Now our last lifter, Matteo Duvernay, La France, 232,5, 232.5 kilos for his opener.
And should this move well, we might see a couple people again stab for the
And
the
if
record.
you blinked, you missed it. 3 white lights, a good lift, and that was, I think, the fastest looking opener we've had in this flight.
And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a big jump and on his 3rd, a stab at that World Sub-Junior deadlift record.
And we're already kicking off the 2nd round. Now, unfortunately, Matthew Lee from Singapore is the only one that has not yet been given a valid deadlift attempt. Now notice he just missed it as a balance issue. He locked it out really quickly, but then the relapse caught him off guard. Let's see if he can correct this. He went up 5 kilos from his opener. 170 kilos. And that is a 3 white light, good lift. Taizo Kondo from Japan, 172.5 kilos for his second. Ooh, just too heavy. Couldn't.
Yeah, just
Hold
lost
on to
grip
it.
there, it seems. Let's watch that again in the replay. He sets his hips down really low, and it just slips out of his hand, unfortunately.
And he's wearing wrist wraps.
Yeah, usually lifters will do that to help keep their grip and close their hand up.
Now next up, Dorji Weston from Great Britain, 190 kilos. A 10 kilo jump. His opener was super fast.
And he's patient with it. And 3 white lights, a good lift for Dorji. It did slow down from his opener, but it still looked good. What do you reckon there, Elias?
Yeah, I would definitely go for a more conservative jump right now because there was a fairly big drop off in speed from opener to second. But like you said, still good looking. But now we're already going into the next lifter, Konsta Holappa from Finland, also jumping 10 kilos, 190 kilos. And that looks good. 3 white lights, a good lift. And the bar is loaded. Ko Kamba from Japan, 197.5 kilos for his second.
Nearing that milestone of 200 kilos. Which it looks like he's done before, so this should be well within his grip. Patient off the ground, super snappy at that lockout.
And his shoulders did look a little bit better. And 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, and if he can just stay patient with pulling that bar off the ground, as we know sumo favors, he's rewarded with that snappy lockout.
The bar is already loaded for Sergio Mora from Brazil. 15 kilo jump, 202.5 kilos. And it's work. But I think that looked good.
And it's a good lift. It was a 15 kilo jump from his opener. And as you said, it was some work for him, but he manages to get it with maybe less in the tank to go for his third attempt.
The bar is loaded for Samuel Tiger, South Africa. 5 kilo jump from his opener, 215 kilos.
And that looked good from him. 3 white lights, a good lift.
Moving on to our next competitor. Anders Nguyen from Sweden. 225 kilos on the bar. Komyen. Wow.
Still moving so fast for Anders.
And 3 white lights, good lift. That was a 10 kilo jump. And I think he has a lot more. Maybe another 10 kilo jump?
It could be there if he wants it. It depends what he is shooting for there on his third. As he is in contention for the podium and will probably have the opportunity to pull for silver ahead of Magro.
Now Joshua Tan from Singapore, 227.5 kilos, 500 pounds. Unfortunately, that was too heavy. The bar is loaded. Salahattin Akgun from Turkey, 232.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Just couldn't break the ground, unfortunately. A 10 kilo jump, maybe a little bit too much today for Akgun.
Yeah, indeed. A 10 kilo jump was a bit too much. Already walking onto the platform, Abdus Salam from Libya, 232.5 kilos.
And it's work, but he pulls it through. A little lopsided there on his arms, but it's a good lift nonetheless. I'm wondering what's causing that lopsided issue there. Looks like one of his legs locked out before the other. But regardless, a good lift heading into his third.
Daniel Harris next up, USA, 235 kilos.
This should be for a sub-junior total record.
And I think you're right, but it did not show on the screen. 3 white lights, good lift, and I do think that was a sub-junior world record indeed. World sub-junior total record for Daniel Harris from the USA.
And it looks like he'll only extend it there in his third.
Cristian Verdugo Beltran, España, 235 as well.
Yeah, but unfortunately, as we predicted, his opener did look hard and he did waste some energy there on his squats. We think it's just not quite there today for him.
And the bar is loaded. Mario Magro from Belgium, 245 kilos on his second attempt.
This is a 15 kilo jump and just 11 kilos below the world sub-junior deadlift record.
Trying to close the gap with Nguyen on total and trying to move into gold medal position in deadlifts.
It was a little bit of work of the ground, but he managed to lock it out.
3 white lights, good lifts. And the bar is loaded for Matteo Duvernay from France. 245 kilos. He had the easiest opener. Let's see how he can move his second.
And with ease. Oh my goodness, and just 11 kilos below the record.
Absolutely incredible. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that concluded the second round in the deadlift. Leading in deadlift position, we have Duvernay from France. In second position, we have Magro Mario from Belgium. And in third medal position in the deadlifts, we have Harris.
We are watching the screen and waiting to see what Duvernay is going to put in.
And on screen, you have the overall placements. Daniel Harris currently leading, Mario in second, and Anders in third. Kicking off the third and final round for the sub-juniors, we have Taizo Kondo from Japan. He couldn't hold on to the bar last time. Can he do it now? And he sure as well did. 2 white lights, a good lift. Just a red card from the center referee for insufficient lockout.
Yeah, but the side referees, who generally have a little bit of a better view of that, gave him a white light, so it'll be a good lift for him.
Matthew Lee from Singapore coming out for his last deadlift. 180 kilos.
Looks good. A bit of work, but it's a third attempt after all. And it is a good lift.
The bar is loaded. Dorji Weston, Great Britain, 195 kilos. A 5 kilo jump from his second. Like Amelia said, with a hybrid stance.
Just can't break the ground today, unfortunately, there for Dorji.
And this must be the calmest competitor I've seen so far this competition. Konsta Halapa from Finland. Looks like he's taking a Sunday afternoon stroll. And then when he grabs the bar, lets it all out. 200 kilos on the bar. And he is fighting. Let's see what the referees have to say about that. 2-1, good lift. 1 blue from the side.
Yeah, just gets called for hitching there. Assisting on the legs. But I think he'll be fine.
Sergio Moura, Brazil, 205 kilos. Wow, what a fight! What an incredible fight! Unfortunately, he cannot get it all the way through, but he gave us a show, a very impressive fight. Ko Kamba from Japan, last attempt, 205 kilo. If he can break it off the floor, I'm pretty sure he can lock it out.
And there we go with some considerable speed. And 2-1, a good lift. Just gets called for insufficient lockout there from the center referee. His comp best is 230, so clearly has a lot left in the tank.
Samuel Tiger from South Africa, 220 kilos. And that was a struggle to lock out. 2 white lights, a good lift, 1 red from the side referee for insufficient lockout. But the other 2 liked it. It was definitely on the border. And just a quick heads up, the next competition after this one will be delayed by 30 minutes.
Yeah, so the 52 kilo and 57 kilo women will begin at 1:30 local time, or sorry, 2 o'clock local time.
Joshua Tan, Singapore, 227.5, reattempting his second attempt of 500 pounds. And unfortunately, it is just a bit too heavy.
So yeah, just to confirm, 2 o'clock local time for the 52s and 57s.
Now, we are getting into our 7 last lifts of the sub-juniors. Selahattin Akgun from Turkey missed 232.5 on his second, reattempting and adding 2.5 kilos, 235 kilos loaded. And wow, he tried to get a bronze deadlift medal, but unfortunately it was a bit too heavy. He gives a little salute to the crowd. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. I'm out.
Yeah, it really snapped out of his hand quite quickly there. I think he's pulling hook grip. Looked at his thumbs.
Now we have Anders Nguyen pulling a 235 kilo deadlift, or will attempt it at least, trying to get ahead of Mario Magro, but he has still his deadlift to go.
Oh,
And unfortunately,
such a shame, and he knows it straight away. For downwards movement, it is a no lift, and that's just heartbreaking because it moved so well.
he does get bronze overall. Yeah, it is so unfortunate.
Didn't even try to pretend there. He knew the rules.
Yeah.
Now, unless Duvernay moves up his last attempt, Nguyen is safe in bronze.
Now, Christian Verduga Beltran, I don't think he's coming out for a third. He's just giving his courtesy to the other lifters, giving them enough time.
Yeah, which is the, as you said, courteous thing to do. So just a quick thank you to our sponsors, SBD and Aleco. Without them, none of this would be possible. They support the sport so much and help it grow. And with just 4 deadlifts to go, we will find out where we will end up.
And the bar is loaded for Daniel Harris from the USA, a world sub-junior total record attempt. This time it does show on the screen. 240 kilos on the bar. And to improve the world record by 5 kilos that he just set 10 minutes ago. And he's pulling. He goes up. But he can't quite lock it out. And the bar might have gone down a bit as well.
And I hope he knows that he did actually still break it on his second, even though it didn't come up on the screen. So he still walks away with the squat record and the total record.
I'm sure he knows. And the spotters really quickly to respond. Now, Abdusalam Altab from Libya, also attempting 240. Rip and grip.
This will take him into bronze for deadlifts.
An incredible fight, but unfortunately he was resting on his thighs a little bit and couldn't quite get it up. A great fight. Now, we are moving on to our 2 last deadlifts. And we see Mario Magro from Belgium. 250 kilos on the bar. He is trying to go from second to first in deadlift and secure, and he has already secured silver overall. Let's see how much he's got left in the tank for this attempt. And he's pulling, and I think he's got it. He does 3 wide lights.
Yeah, a fantastic effort there, and he moved it down from 255, which I think was the smart move to do.
Now
to
we
secure
have
that.
a attempt change from Duvernay, Matteo. He has changed his attempt from 255 to 256.5 for a world sub-junior deadlift record. This will move him from silver in deadlift to first He won't be able to contest for bronze overall. He will stay in 4th, but this for a deadlift gold medal and a world sub-junior deadlift record.
Fights for gold and the world.
And he's going!
Wow!
And that is an easy world sub-junior deadlift record! And look at him!
What a way to finish it as well. The
A
backflip.
backflip shows how much more left he's got in the tank. An incredible show. A fantastic conclusion. Wow!
Wow.
What a showman.
May I say, that was quite the sub-junior session there.
And a quick overview. In gold medal position on the overall, we have Daniel Harris from the USA. In silver medal position, Mario Magro from Belgium. And in bronze, Anders Nguyen from Sweden. Wow, what a session.
Yeah, and what a way to finish it. A deadlift record and a backflip. You can't ask for too much more there. What a fantastic way. And don't go anywhere. The fun has only just begun. We go straight through into the juniors. And kicking us off, we have João Guilherme Castellan of Brazil, 162.5 kilos.
And that is a 3 white lie good lift.
We've now got Kyle Novak of the United States. And he's moved his opener down almost 100 kilos from 270 to 185. And it doesn't look like he's even coming out for it. Maybe a tactical decision, maybe taking some extra time to warm up and then jumping a larger amount. We're trying to gather some information about that now, but he is definitely not coming out for this attempt. Yeah, I do think that he just wanted some more time to warm up and is leaving the opener. He doesn't need the opener. He just needs to make sure that it's not too much of a risk heading into his second. And as he times out, what a dramatic start for his deadlifts there, when we know his record is 302.5 and sits above the open world record in the 66s. And he has put in, missed 185 for his opener and has put in for 302.5 for his second, which is over the junior and world record. So stick around for that. But first up we have Filip Brokes of Czechia, 205 kilos. For his opening attempt.
And that looked like an easy opener for Brokes.
Yeah, it moved nice and quickly for him there. Just waiting for confirmation from the referee, so I can't imagine too much wrong with that. And we're just having some technical issues here. And just quickly, as we're discussing it, as we're waiting to discuss, it's a risky move for sure from Novak, a similar risk that Brian Lee took at the Open Worlds by opening on the record. But we have that to look forward to. That was a good lift for Prokes. And we now move through to Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey, 205 kilos.
Whoa, snappy off the floor. 3 white lights, a good lift.
We now have 220 kilos for Lachlan Richards of New Zealand. This is his last year as a junior. Nice, easy looking opener for Lachlan, and 3 white lights, a good lift.
Coming up next, Andrea Cherokee from Belgium. The bar is lovely. Same weight, 220.
$220 kilos for Andrea Servi of Belgium.
That looked like a great opener.
Yeah, and 20.5 kilos below his, what I believe is a Belgium record, based off of the extra 0.5 there.
I think it is a regional record.
The bar is lovely. Benedict Grant.
225 kilos for Benedict Grant of Great Britain. That looks nice and strong there. 3 white lights, a good lift for Benedict.
Coming up next, Diego Barclay from Uruguay. Ties 225 kilograms. The bar is lovely.
Diego Barkin of Uruguay, 225 kilos for his opening attempt and to secure himself a total.
Beautiful opener.
And that is a good lift.
The bar is lovely.
Tristan Ho of Singapore, 240 kilos for his opening attempt.
Wonderful opener.
Yeah, looks nice and sturdy. 3 white lights, a good lift. $245 kilos for Valerio Nunziata of Italy.
Another nice looking opener. 3 white lights, good lift.
$245 kilos for Sami Aboagye Kodjo of Great Britain. And just like his bench opener, very speedy.
And he did switch his right and left shoe again. Now this time white on the left and black on the right.
He needs to make sure that the grip stays the same on both pairs. Now 250 kilos for Samuel Kwan of Singapore. Still smiling. This is already 2.5 kilos above his deadlift PB. A quadruple shimmy.
And what a great opener.
Yeah, super speedy. 3 white lights, a good lift. And not surprised to say his attitude stays high and happy.
Only 2 more deadlifts to go in the first round.
We have Taiga Sato of Japan opening on 257.5 kilos. Currently sat projected 3rd place overall. A nice, easy looking opener for Tiger. And a good lift. We have taking his time here, Tuan Hein Tran of Canada opening on 270 kilos, just 17.5 kilos below the world junior deadlift record. And with considerable ease, he locks it out. And it is a good lift. I think he might be taking a stab at that world junior record. but not before Novak can have a go at it. So he will pull before Novak, breaking the record if he chooses to jump to it, to be shortly attempted afterwards. But we move straight through into our second attempts. João Guilherme Castelã of Brazil, 170 kilos.
It looks good.
And 3 white lights, a good lift. Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey, 217.5 kilos for his second attempt. A 12.5 kilo jump.
And that is a 3 white light, good lift.
Coming up next is Filip Fox from the Czech Republic, trying out 220 kilograms. The ball is loaded.
Filip Prokes, Czechia, 220 kilos, a 15 kilo jump from his opener. And that is a good lift.
Coming up next, the Latvian Richards from the New Zealand, tries out 250.5 kilograms.
We now have Lachlan Richards of New Zealand, 232.5 kilos. A 12.5 kilo jump from his opener.
This will break his personal best by 5 kilos. If he can get this. And it's work. It's a bit too much for today.
Yeah, he shakes his head as he comes off. He obviously does have a third attempt at it should he choose to take it, but as you said, it just seemed a bit too heavy today. Again, perhaps a slightly smaller jump could have been more sensible. Andrea Servi of Belgium, 232.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, and just 70 kilos away from his regional record in Belgium. And he looks good for it. And 3 white lights, a good lift.
Reminder, the second session for today will start at 2 o'clock p.m.
We now have Diego Barquin of Uruguay, 235 kilos for his second attempt, a 10 kilo jump from his opener. Ooh, looks like he was just struggling with the lockout there. And was it locked out enough? It was. 2-1, a good lift. Shows his hand to his coach as if he'd ripped something there. But let's have a look from a side angle. And it does look slightly better locked out there. He's going to have to be careful. He's walking the line there. It's risky. 240 kilos now for Benedict Grant of Great Britain, a 15 kilo jump from his opener.
This will match his personal bests, with still his third to go.
And still looking really nice and tidy.
3 white lights, a good lift.
252.5 kilos on the bar for Tristan Ho of Singapore for his second attempt, a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. Looks hard. And I think it is. Just looks too heavy for him. A lot has gone in for a lot of these athletes to get here. You know, traveling makes a huge difference and you need to account for it.
Also cutting weight, for example.
Absolutely. With Valerio Nunziata of Italy, 257.5 kilos.
That looks better than his opener.
Yeah, still looking really strong, and it is a good lift. We have just 5 deadlifts left of the second attempts, and I'll tell you what, Elias, 2 of them are for the World Junior record attempts, and one of them is also the World Open record attempts, but we're not there yet. First up, we have Sami Aboyagye of Kodjo of Great Britain, 257.5 kilos. A 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, which moved really nicely.
And he's having a good time.
Waiting for the bar to be loaded for him. And there we are. The bar is loaded for Sami of Great Britain at 257.5 kilos. Still moving really quickly. That looked fantastic.
It was a great lift. 3 white lights.
We now have Samuel Kwan of Singapore, 262.5 kilos for his second attempt. This will pull him to deadlift silver for the time being.
He is feeling it. He's been feeling it for the whole competition. Showing us tremendous energy. A lot of personality. It's on. It's on. And that looks good.
3 white lights, a good lift for Samuel. And leaves plenty in the tank heading into his third attempt. We now have Taiga Sato of Japan, 270 kilos. Gets a little bit stuck in the middle there, but manages to stand it up and lock it out, and it is a good lift. And the time has come. We have 2 back-to-back record attempts on the second attempts here in the 66 kilo junior class. And it is exciting. The room has filled up. There is not a seat spare in the house. The bar is being loaded. The chip is being shown to the referees. We are moments away now. The current world record in the juniors stands at 287.5 kilos. And now the bar is loaded for Tuan Hein Tran of Canada for 288 kilos to break the world junior deadlift record on his second attempt. Let's see what he's got. Oh, and with ease, his face, he shocked himself. 2-1, a good lift, a new world junior deadlift record. And he may not hold on to it for long, but for the time being, he holds on to it. And straight back to back, we have another not only junior deadlift record attempt, but a world deadlift record attempt. He didn't come out for his 185, up to 117.5 kilos to come out here on his second attempt. The bar is loaded for Kyle Novak of the United States, 302.5 kilos for a world junior and a world open deadlift record on his second attempt. This will be to take it away from Brian Lee of the United States in the open. And he locks it out. The referees say it is a good lift. That is a new world junior and open deadlift record for Kyle Novak on his second attempt. He can only go up from here. Wow, how exciting. 2 back-to-back records there. And we still have third attempts to go. Elias, how was that?
It is incredible. I'm still feeling the adrenaline from the first flight, and now in this flight, even more.
These 66 kilo men know how to put on a show for us.
Wow.
Wow,
Now,
indeed.
Let's come down just a little bit.
Save your energy for those final few pulls. As we
Indeed,
go through them
indeed.
now, we have João Guilherme Castillan of Brazil, 177.5 kilos for his third and final attempt.
And I think that's good. And he smiles and he walks away with 3 white lights and a good lift.
Everybody in the room, including the lifters, are feeling the energy. Good vibes all around. We now have Filip Prokes of Czechia, 227.5 kilos for his third and final attempt. A 7.5 kilo jump.
£500. For Brocus. And unfortunately, he couldn't quite lock his right knee out either.
Yeah, he was struggling to get his hips through as well, I think, but 2 thumbs up to the crowd and a strong end to the day nonetheless. We now have Ali Al-Shavi of Turkey, 230 kilos.
For a 5 kilo personal best. Can he pull it off? Pun intended.
Ooh, it looks like he might be able to.
And it was a difficult lockout. But it is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Ushered off from the spotters and loaders to his coach's hands there. A great end to the day. $232.5 kilos for Lachlan Richards of New Zealand. Missed it on his second. Looking now to get it on his third for a 5 kilo personal best. And a strong end to the day. The Kiwis are here and present.
And he gives it his all. Ooh, unfortunately, he's going to thank the referees. A beautiful thing to do. I really like when a lifter does that.
Yeah, obviously they are here volunteering their time to help the lifters to make this competition what it is.
No referees, no competition.
Absolutely right. Just 9 more lifts to go. Diego Barkin of Uruguay, 240 kilos. A 5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
And that looked way better than his second.
Yeah, it did. 3 white lights, a good lift, and he leaps into the arms of his coach. A completely different lift to what we saw in his second there. Benedict Grant of Great Britain, 250 kilos for his third and final attempt. This will be a 10 kilo personal best for Grant.
And it is a slow start, but he's still fighting, and no, just above the knees, he had to give in.
But a great day nonetheless for Benedict Grant. But just not quite there today for him. But maybe very soon.
Seven more lifters to go.
We now have Tristan Ho of Singapore, missed 252.5 on his second, looking to come back now and get it on his third. Currently sat in third place overall. Should he miss this, the British lifter has a chance to sneak on the podium. But I don't think he will, by the looks of that. 3 white lights and he has secured his place on the podium, unless we see a pretty big jump there from Sami. ...270 kilos for Valerio Nunziata of Italy. A 12.5 kilo jump from his second. His second moved better than his first. Let's see how his third will move.
For a 10 kg personal best. And
It's
he's
moving.
working, he's looking. Ooh.
Unfortunately, knees lock out and can't quite pull it through there, but a valiant effort nonetheless. And we now have Sami Aboyage Kodjo of Great Britain pulling 272.5 kilos to pull him into deadlift bronze for the time being. This would be a huge PB for him.
15 kilo personal best. Can he manage today? And I think he can.
Wow. 3 white lights and we've not seen him break a sweat today.
Come on.
We now have Samuel Kwan of Singapore, 275 kilos on the bar. A huge milestone, an extra red plate. This will move him into deadlift bronze ahead of Sami.
It's his. It's his. And he's pulling, he's locking it out. And I think he's stuck.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite his today. And we've seen an attempt change come in, and I believe that'll be of Taigo Sato of Japan. And I think it wasn't. I think it was from Tran moving up even further there. And will be revealed very soon. The last two deadlifts are very exciting.
I can see you're excited.
I can't stop moving, but this deadlift is no less exciting. 20 minutes ago, this next deadlift would have broken the junior record by 7.5 kilos. But now, Taiga Sato of Japan, 295 kilos. Mere moments ago, this would have been the world junior record. Unfortunately not, but still an absolutely massive pull if he gets this. And it's moving. Oh, but just too heavy for him today. But wow, to even break that off the ground. Very exciting. And I promised you an exciting end to the day, and I am gonna show you one very, very soon. We saw Tuan Hein Tran of Canada break the junior record, only to be taken away by Kyle Novak, snatching the junior and open record. Now, Tuan Hein Tran of Canada said, actually, no, I want the open record and the junior record back. So I'm gonna try it. So, for our penultimate deadlift of this morning's session, we have Tuan Hein Tran of Canada attempting not only to take back the junior deadlift record, but to take the World Open deadlift record from Kyle Novak and to pull him into deadlift gold and just shy of the podium. An open deadlift record attempt. It's moving, and can he lock it out? What do the referees say? 2-1, a new junior and open world record. The juniors are on fire. The open 66s better watch out.
Incredible lifting. Wow.
And we've had a change down from Kyle Novak. He put in 320 as a placeholder, but he wants to hold on to that open and junior record so desperately, and I can't blame him. Who will walk away with it, Canada or America? A neighborly battle. So our last pull of the day. Not only has the junior record been broken over and over today, so has the open deadlift record. A huge amount of strength here this morning in Cluj-Napoca. One last pull of the session.
And it is a big one.
It is indeed. The anticipation builds. The bar is loaded for Kyle Novak to retake the junior and the World Open deadlift record. 308 kilos on the bar. The electricity in the room is crazy. 308 kilos for a junior for the World Open deadlift record. And it's moving. Can he lock it out? Oh, and he doesn't, which means it stays with Tran of Canada. The junior record was broken over and over again, and the open record has been broken. Can you believe what you have just seen there?
Amelia, this was an incredible session. First in the sub-juniors and then followed by the juniors. It was electric, it was crazy, it was dramatic. Woo!
Yeah, and they have set the tone for today, and I'm sure the 52 kilo and 57 kilo women won't let us down. And here overall in gold place, we have Kyle Novak of the United States. In silver, we have Taiga Sato of Japan. And in bronze, we have Tristan Ho of Singapore. I'm going to let you calm down for a few minutes there into our medal ceremony. The 52 kilo and 57 kilo women will begin at 2 o'clock local time. Don't go anywhere. It'll be just as exciting. See you soon.
Starting now with the best results for 66 kilograms sub-juniors, beginning with squats. The third place goes to Mario Magler from Belgium. Second is Anders Nguyen from Sweden. And the world heads overseas to the United States of America, Daniel Harris. Thank you very much. Moving now to bench press. Third place goes to Anders Nguyen from Sweden. Daniel Harris from the United States is second. And the gold goes to Great Britain, George Weston. Great job, guys. Moving now to bench press. Not much changes there. Anders Nguyen from Sweden is third. Second is Daniel Harris from the United States. And the gold for bench press goes to Great Britain, George Weston. Okay, moving on to deadlift. Third place goes to the United States, Daniel Harris. Belgium comes from second, Mario Magler. And the gold goes to France, Mathieu Gouvernet. Moving on to totals. Third place goes to Sweden, Anders Nguyen. Belgium comes second, Mario Magler. And the gold heads for the United States of America, Daniel Harris. Now to please stand for the United States of America's national anthem. Congratulations, USA! Congratulations, Daniel Harris and Gardner athletes. Moving now to 66 kilograms juniors, and beginning with squats, the third place goes to Great Britain, Sami Adogi Kojoe. Second is the United States of America, Kara Noah. And the world goes for Singapore, Mr. Bow. Great job, guys. Thank you very much. Moving now to bench press. The third place goes to Singapore, Samuel Kwan. Taiga Sato from Japan is second. And Tristan Ho takes the gold medal home to Singapore. Thank you very much. Moving now to deadlift. Starting with the third place from Great Britain is Sami Abwagi Kojoe. USA comes second, Kyle Nowak. And Rocky Becker has it been. And the gold probably goes to Canada, Tuan Hai Tran. And the new acting referee. Thank you very much, we're great. And now moving to totals. The third place goes to Singapore, Tristan Ho. Japan comes second, Taiga Sato. And the best total with 667.5 kilograms is Kyle Nowak from the United States. Please stand for America's national anthem.